Welcome, everyone. My name is Chris Lukolio, and I'm the Digital Country Lead for UNCDF in Uganda. I'm very excited to invite you all today, to have you all today in this session as part of the Singapore FinTech Festival. We have a very exciting session for you today. And this one is focusing on the foundations of an inclusive digital economy. So we have speakers from various countries, and I will be inviting the Honorable Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance in Uganda to give a welcome note. We will then have a short video from a keynote speaker from Estonia, Mr. Kaivats Martins, and then after that, we will have a panel session on the very same topic. So once again, very, very good to have you all in this session, and looking forward to an exciting session. So at this point, allow me to invite Mr. Vincent Bajire, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance in Uganda, to give us his welcome remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your remarks. Fellow panelists, participants, I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this panel or to this event. And at the same time, I thank the conveners of this very important event, the Singapore FinTech Festival, that gives us an opportunity to share ideas and knowledge with a view of improving humanity, and specifically in the area of digital inclusion. I welcome you all and look forward to the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bajire. Actually, at this point, let me ask you to, I believe you have some remarks prepared for us, some welcome remarks. Overall on, again, foundational infrastructure in Uganda, and pointing to the work that you have done, that the government of Uganda has done in putting in place the infrastructure needed to build an inclusive digital economy. So at this point, I will invite you to share with us those remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for the opportunity once again. Government of Uganda, like many governments across the world, takes the issue of digital inclusion very serious. And in so doing, we have prepared and worked on an enabling environment to guarantee that we deploy infrastructure in an inclusive way across the entire country, working within government, government itself deploying infrastructure. Government has, as of now, deployed 4,000 kilometers of optic fiber to make sure that a number of our offices across the country are connected to the internet. But in addition to that, we have the private sector, MTN, Airtel, among others, playing a critical role in deploying infrastructure across the country for purposes of providing connectivity to the citizens. And as a result, we have been able to automate a number of government services to ensure that the citizens indeed do receive services as fast as possible. And in so doing, we have learned some lessons. We've seen that there are some interventions that we need to undertake as government. And as a result, we have created a framework for infrastructure sharing to ensure that the cost of connectivity to an ordinary citizen is as affordable as possible. So what we are doing is encouraging, we in government as well as the private sector to share the infrastructure that they have, as opposed to various agencies and or private operators or actors deploying infrastructure in the same areas at high costs and then transfer the cost onto the consumer. And this we are doing largely because we have decided that all services that government offers, the government of Uganda offers, should be automated. And as a result, we think it's imperative that the cost remains as affordable as possible. Beyond that, we have taken on the responsibility to create our own national data center as a country, to see to it that all the automation that we are doing remains within the country and the data is accessed as fast as possible. Additionally, we are now in the process of creating what we have referred to as an enterprise bus, an integration platform where all systems within government can speak to each other. In other words, if you're paying taxes to the Uganda Revenue Authority, the banks should speak with the Revenue Authority. The National ID Register should be able to speak to universities that admit people. The people issuing passports and or driver's license should be able to tap into this national database of the national ID so that citizens receive services as seamlessly as possible and with ease. And in so doing, we are confident that as a country, we shall be active actors or participants in the knowledge economy. I thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vajire, and many thanks again to you for taking the time to participate in this session, and also many thanks to all our panel members and all the participants who are tuned into this session. I'm now going to invite, we have remarks prepared from Mr. Kaivert Martens, who could not be with us today, but sent a short video, which we will now play for our attendees, and then move on to the panel session after that. So let me invite our technical team to help us play this video. Thank you so much.
Hello everybody, this is Martin from a very cold morning here in Estonia. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you, but because of the pandemic, you probably all get it. So, my name is Martin Kaivas. I'm the National Digital Advisor for the Government of Estonia, and I've been asked here today to talk to you a bit about the different innovations that Estonia has undergone in order to build actually a digital society that is inclusive and is constantly adaptable and ready for different changes, whatever different technologies are up and coming. And if we look at, for example, this year, in the springtime, all of us needed to change the way we behave and act because the physical infrastructure actually became obsolete. Then how to build ecosystems that are constantly adaptive and ready to change. So in order to start the story, a short story about 10 minutes about the journey we've taken here in Estonia, I wanted to show you one place. Basically, this building that is over there, St. Olaf's Church, it used to be the tallest building in the world. Just before the Eiffel Tower. So for 150 years, the tallest building in the world was in this small little town of 440,000 people. And the main lesson learned in building a digital society here in Estonia is actually that this digital transformation and this change that we are constantly talking about actually has got very, very little to do with different technologies. But it's mostly about building a mindset and culture ready to adopt new things. And this is especially true in the case of public sector, because as you probably all know, civil servants are used to dealing with business as usual, and opening their minds and in order to change the different processes is relatively difficult. And as Frank Zappa once put it, minds are like parachutes. They only work when they're open. But in order to explain the Estonian narrative in a nutshell, you need to understand that every digital society, regardless of their ideology or their economical status, has to solve three different problems. We need to solve digital identity. We need to solve a coherent way of data exchange. And thirdly, we need to have a way to solve data integrity. And going step by step, identity is both the cultural thing. So I have my cultural identity. I'm from Estonia, but I originate from the two islands here in Estonia. This is very important to me. And probably this kind of a cultural identity is important for everybody. But then there is also digital identity. Digital identity means that all of us actually need to have a way to securely prove who they are in the digital space. While in many places, digital identity has been regarded as a kind of a political issue, somehow affecting their cultural identity, then important to understand that digital identity is not a political question. It's an engineering problem that needs to be solved. And in order to have this kind of infrastructure place, we need to work hard to actually we need to work hard and to actually overcome these issues in order to have a reliable and trustworthy and private and secure infrastructure in place. We cannot do it without having a secure digital identity. Secondly, we need to have a way of coherently exchanging data. And here there are many different models. So depending on your worldview, ideology and capacity, you could always choose the Chinese version, which is kind of centralized governmental control version. This is an architecture where all of the data is centralized and also the different competencies and know-how is concentrated. So basically the power goes to very few people. You could potentially choose the American model, which is, I call it quasi-decentral, where large-scale companies, a few of them, are actually handling all of the data. Or there's also a third alternative, which is a distributed model, such as European Union is doing with GDPR, where the aspiration is for every citizen to become the owner of their own data. And of this model, Estonia is one of the prime examples to actually show how the ownership of data actually works in practice. In Estonia, we have solved the data exchange problem with the open source data exchange layer called the X-Road, which actually helps us to unify in a coherent way how government entities are exchanging data with each other. And thirdly, we need to build a data integrity layer. What this means is that no third party can change the data without a trail. In Estonia, we started experimenting with blockchain solutions in 2008 April, and since 2012, all governmental information systems log files have been blockchained, which gives us a thorough layer of transparency. It gives the foundations of trust. And this is key, because if you do something in the digital space, there is always a data trail. And if you're the owner of your own data, then you need to know who has been looking at your data, when and why. And this blockchain architecture is the one that actually helps us to move this forward. And currently, Estonian government is working hard on implementing other new sorts of technologies, such as artificial intelligence. For example, currently we have about 46 different narrow AI applications live in the public sector, which are already providing value in terms of cost effectiveness, but also the quality of services. With AI, we are hoping to build a governance architecture that is actually seamless, transparent, and trustworthy. And hopefully within the next, let's say, 10 years, we can automate roughly 95% of all sorts of bureaucratic routines so that we can actually provide value to the citizens rather than control or punish them. So these are the few of the thoughts from a very cold morning here in Estonia. Hopefully there was some ideas for you, and hopefully it's much better weather in Singapore than here, because currently it's like, you cannot see it. It's relatively minus something, and my hands are rather cold. So have a inspiring dialogue in Singapore, and really hoping that these ideas got you thinking. And if you're looking for anything else, check out eestonia.com. There is a lot of different case studies and information about different use cases and ways Estonia has solved it. And very importantly, most of this know-how, knowledge and expertise and software is actually open source. So you can download it and start kicking the tires and checking out and building your own ecosystem, regardless the amount of money you have in order to build an ecosystem. So thank you for me, and hopefully you are having fruitful discussions in Singapore, and over and out. Thank you.
Many thanks there to Mr. Martin Kaivert. Once again, giving his remarks via video, but we are seeing a pandemic, but it hasn't prevented us from communicating, and I hope you all appreciated the change in flavor that came with Mr. Kaivert's video. Allow me now to invite our panelists, who I'm going to introduce one by one, and then they will have a chance to talk about themselves briefly, what they do. First and foremost, let me introduce Mike McCaffrey. He's the Regional Digital Hub Manager for East and Southern Africa for UNCDF. Mike, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And Mike will be our moderator for this panel. Also on this panel, we will have the Honorable Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance in Uganda, Mr. Vincent Bajire, who you heard from. Mr. Bajire, you're welcome. And then we will have Jane Mugenyi from MTN Uganda. MTN is a major MNO, mobile network operator in Uganda. Jane, you are very welcome to this panel. And lastly, we have Mr. Harish Natarajan from the World Bank, also on this panel. Mr. Harish, you are very welcome. Let me hand over to Mike McCaffrey to moderate this panel. Mike, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's an exciting opportunity to moderate this panel. It's a very important topic. We often talk about the importance of inclusive digital economies and the things they can bring for countries around the world. We talk about sectors of new growth that are going to grow GDPs, that are going to create jobs. We talk about the ability for digital to create new, clean ways of developing our economies. And we talk about the ability of digital platforms to create more equal societies, to enable more people access to core services, access to information. So there's a lot of potential, and I don't think that is too highly debated. But the question really is, how do we get there? How do we get there in the global south, where we recognize that these digital economies are supported by foundations of infrastructure that enable them? And so today we have distinguished speakers here to really talk about what are some of the key elements of that infrastructure, to talk about specifically the story in Uganda, some of the success that's been had there from both a private and a public sector perspective, as well as some of the global perspective from other countries around the world in the global south that have been have embarked on this journey, and hopefully have some lessons to share with the rest of us. I want to start the panel off by talking about the video that we just saw. And one of the major emphasis in the video was really talking about digital ID system. And in Uganda, they've been also implementing a digital ID system over in the recent years. And so I just wanted to ask a general question to all the panelists. In terms of a digital ID system being foundational infrastructure, what then are the most exciting innovations, most exciting products and services that enables, that we can build upon it? So I'll just open that up and see if any of the panelists want to respond.
Okay, so maybe let me start it off. So I think in terms of the services which ID can enable, I think fundamentally, if you look at it, look at the reasons for financial exclusion, it's broadly one of three, right? So the cost to serve for the private service providers, the cost to access for individuals and businesses, and then lastly, what is the utility for them from availing these services. And I think digital ID and ID enhancements can address the first two very squarely by enabling an individual to reliably authenticate and verify themselves at a remote location, either in person, at say an agent location, or being able to do it online once the capabilities increase. And this is a direct implication on the cost to serve, because it really cuts down the cost related to verifying the customer, which is required as part of the financial sector norms. And then similarly, so that is what is one of the most fundamental kind of benefits which can come, particularly noting it from the financial sector side. The other services which could be enabled is any remote service you look at, interacting with the government or interacting with any other individual on a commercial for a commercial transaction, you are required to identify yourself. And the digital ID creates more opportunities for you to verify and authenticate yourself remotely, digitally, which is all the more critical in this current context. And also for things like if you want to do things remotely, you might want to consent for certain data to be shared, which opens up more possibilities for you. All of that requires some form of consent, authentication, and verification. So I think all of that becomes enabled. So I think in some sense, one can say that the entire benefits of the digital economy can become will be unlocked once we have a good functioning ID system, and particularly one which is digital. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Jane or Honorable Bajiri, did you want to comment on the situation in Uganda and what this is kind of paving the way for in the future?
If I may, and then maybe Jane will follow suit. I can't say that we, as government, and of course working with the private sector, are making every effort to see to it that we organize the digital identity of our citizens. And in so doing, we started by putting an enabling environment to see to it that we have legislation that allows for the registration of a citizen. And in that registration, a citizen is assigned a national ID number, a national identification number. Now, that national identification number, we are making it mandatory to access services from the government, that number is a reference tool, and therefore it will become by default, the digital identity of a citizen. We have gone further to request that the players such as MTN indeed do not issue SIM cards for telecommunications unless that number has been registered with a national identification number to ensure that everything you do digitally has a convergence, and that convergence, as far as we are concerned in government of Uganda, would be your national identification number. So your SIM card is linked to that number, and any service therefore that may need to get from government, you would use that number. Now, why that is important, when we were logging in here, there was an authentication where a code is sent to my phone. So we expect that going forward, when citizens apply for a service, to be very sure that the citizen whose name has been entered is indeed the actual one requesting for a service. We expect the authentication to be done in that same way. So we are in small ways creating that digital identity for a citizen, and we are putting the necessary infrastructure in place. Like I mentioned earlier, we have set up a government data center. We are now looking to put in place a tier 4 data center for the country to ensure that that data is accessible and in a seamless way, and that citizens can be served faster than before. It is very disappointing for a citizen whose data is resides with the government to go to different government agencies and they have to fill forms endlessly, yet you already have my digital identity, or you have the data about me. So it's not fair that when I go to apply for a passport, you still ask me for the data that is already resides with the government. So that's why we are working on, as well as a public key infrastructure, to ensure that we operate in a very secure environment and that the data for citizens is not compromised. And in relation to that, we concluded legislation on the Data Protection and Privacy Act. We now have a law. We have finalized the regulations, and we're going to operationalize the Data Protection Office to ensure that citizens, indeed, anybody who collects their data uses it without offending it.
Jane, did you want to add some thoughts?
Yes, please. Thank you so much, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for that submission. So I would like to add that from a service provider point of view, there's been integrations with the platform that registers digital IDs, whereby, like the Honorable Minister spoke and say that it's mandatory to buy or register for a SIM card when only you have a national identification number. So this has made the onboarding of customers very easy and fast, because then the two systems speak together. So we're able to integrate, we're able to verify in real time and have our customers get services in real time as well. We've also integrated with the company registry for corporate organizations that offer advanced services to the end users. So as a corporate organization that would like to use mobile money services or use enterprise services, when they come to us, we're able to validate their registration time. That being said, I know that there's so many other innovations taking place around digital ID. However, I would look at other areas where we can innovate and get better into understanding our customers plus understanding the market. And one, fraud management. So we know that there's a lot of people who will play games when you have digital payments happening. So how do we use then the digital identity to minimize or limit multiple transactions, especially in an area where you have multiple MNOs operating in one area, where someone can be blocked for fraudulent activity and then they have to obtain a SIM card from another MNO. Secondly, I would look at something that would even improve the digital ID by self-updates, because a lot of people in the population do not have permanent addresses where they reside. So at the point when they're registering for a national ID, they have an address. So how do we allow them to have a self-service where they can actually update their new location, because that is not very sensitive data as a date of birth or gender or whichever. Some of them are very sensitive, but for certain data can be approved as a self-serve. And then probably consolidating the identities to have one digital wallet, and that the minister has spoken about it as well. That will be a great innovation to have, so that I do not have to walk with my national security card, my national ID, my passport, and different documents at the same time. So can I have a digital wallet where specific data to a service provider is only availed at request and authenticated by the user?
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, a number of important concepts for one of the, fundamental pieces of digital infrastructure that we talk about. I think, one of them is we talked about how we can, I think on a very macro level, what we're talking about is having a digital economy or a digital system, and then how do physical people interact with it, right? And it's through giving them these digital IDs that allow them to be included into these systems. Now, with that inclusion, you guys are bringing up some important issues like fraud, right? Now we have the potential for digital fraud to occur with that digital identity. We also have the potential to limit some of the fraud that was happening in paper-based ID systems, right? We see this fairly commonly when we are transitioning. I've had some experience in the past, like a Department of Social Welfare, and all of a sudden we realize that the registry of beneficiaries is actually much smaller than we previously thought, when we can assign each one individual digital ID, right? We talked about streamlining this ID between different government ministries, different products and services. So yeah, we don't have to carry around our wallet full of different cards, but we have a singular ID with which we may be able to interact with various different private sector entities or public sector services. We talked about not only having a digital ID for people, but also this concept for companies, for medium and small enterprises, a la kind of a company register. And how does that ID at that level also enable us to provide services to them and have them included more fully in the digital economy? And we talked about privacy and protection. Once we are aggregating this data in a centralized fashion to allow all these helpful things like streamlining, then how do we protect it? How do we enable people to own it and control it in a degree that empowers them and doesn't inhibit them? I've seen some implications or applications of digital ID with regard to cash and voucher assistance, humanitarian payments. One of the things that has happened over the last several years in Jordan is a digital biometric system has been developed to allow people to then who are receiving cash and voucher assistance to go to a specially fitted ATM, scan their iris or scan their fingerprint, and withdraw money directly from that ATM. So this is a digital ID system that's enabled it. So what it's done is circumvented all the issues we generally have with lost cards, forgotten PINs, these types of things, and enabled people to much more fluently interact with the digital technology itself, just using essentially their body. So this is, for KYC purposes and for generally enabling people to interact with the digital economy, with digital systems within it. This is a key kind of foundational component. Beyond digital identity systems, we talk about open payment systems, we talk about connectivity. There's a number of different critical elements of digital infrastructure. Those are probably the three most common we talk about. However, we also note that access to this infrastructure is not equal. And so I wanted to ask you guys about what strategies we can use to extend access to this infrastructure to demographics like women, youth, people in rural areas, elderly, the disabled, refugees, and migrants. So Jane, maybe if I can ask you to start off with some thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mike. So to reference the video from Estonia, we talked, the speaker talked about a lot of social engineering and understanding the needs of people in order to drive adoption. So the different ways in which MTN is extending access to systems and in such different demographics is, first of all, offering services or products and services that speak to the needs of the people in those areas. And one of the services is ease of payment. So for people to adopt, you have to give them something that improves their life or improves whatever challenges they have in a given community or in a given society. So one of the areas we're looking at is payments for use cases that are digitally enabling, and those are simple micro payments like buying airtime or buying data, because we know that at least 50% of the population in Uganda has a phone. So how do we then enable them to access the services of airtime without moving kilometers away to find a physical location where they have to buy a scratch card? So we enable that using digital payments. But then also, on the other hand, we have to improve phone ownership in households. In rural Uganda, most of the households are led by men. So in most cases, you'll find a man has a handset or a phone, but the woman does not. So they have one phone that they're sharing as a family. However, we try to sensitize the individuals to say, you can have two phones as two individuals, as long as we don't distort the cultural family setting, which comes with the man being the head of the family. Then network access and availability. So we work with development partners as MTN to identify certain areas where they have projects for development that do not have access to the network, that is voice and probably data accessibility. So we build business cases together to drive network access and installations in these places where there is need. We use community influencers as well, because community influencers are trusted people in the community. So trusted people that will adopt a service as early adopters, they become easier influences for other people, especially the women and the children. If you have a woman leader in a market who has adopted to payments or who understands the value attached to digital payments, then you know that the women around her will probably be influenced to pick up the service as well. We do a lot of sensitization in terms of education for financial literacy, because we know that since we are driving a digital agenda of understanding digital payments, there has to come a chance when people understand why digital payments is it just a feel good for MTN? Is it just an agenda for MTN? How does it speak to me as a rural woman who does not even know how to read and write? So we speak about exposing them to credit financing by use of the data that comes out of their transactions that they repeatedly do, and educate them on how to get into the culture of saving and having something that they can consider their own as individuals. We've also enabled digital financing, device financing, which allows women and people in the rural area to own a smartphone at a very subsidized cost. So they pay an upfront payment, but then we allow them to pay for the rest of the balance over a period of either 6 months or 1 year, but they will pay it digitally. In most cases, these women cannot afford to buy a phone upfront, or because we're trying to transition them from a feature phone to a digital phone, we encourage them to have an installment payment that fits within their earnings, and also introduce them to a culture of paying digitally. We collaborate a lot, and currently I'm glad to say that the agent network that supports mobile financial services for cash in and cash out, 80% of it is mainly women as handlers. And that is how we're including them into the digital economy, to make sure they understand how to do transactions digitally and also influence those that are around them.
Wow. Jane, just to follow up on that, did you say 80% of the cash in, cash out agents for MTN Mobile Money are women? And if so, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, please, as handlers. So 80% of the population that handle the face-to-face interaction with the customer. They might not be the business owners for the mobile money agency, but the person that interacts with customers, 80% of those are women and girls.
That's amazing. Thanks for sharing, and quite unique. And so maybe can you talk about, is that a strategy that MTN employed, or is that something that just evolved on its own?
Part of it is a strategy, and part of it evolved on its own. We've seen a lot of women in Uganda pick up small businesses or want to start small businesses as SMEs or micro enterprises. So that is a cultural thing in terms of involving themselves in economically generating activities. But also we've gone out as an initiative to include women, especially in the rural areas, to deliberately recruit female agents in refugee settlements and certain areas that are not very developed in terms of economic activity, so that we can have them, especially in the markets, because if you have a market setting dominated by women selling groceries or foodstuffs, then those are our key potentials for digital onboarding. So what we do when we go to such places, we simply sit with the women and sensitize them and tell them about opportunity of having agency, mobile money agency, as part of their business, so that they can have two sources of economic revenue, but at the same time, we are educating them to understand digital as from a point of start, and as we get into advanced services, it's easier for them to adopt to advanced services after they've started from a micro level.
Mm-hmm. Honorable Bajiri, how do we think about this from a public sector perspective in terms of, providing the private sector and the economy in general with the policy and vision for how the digital economy is going to evolve, and then how the different pieces of the puzzle fit together to ensure that it's inclusive for some of these marginalized populations?
Thank you very much. And Jen, thanks for that elaborate explanation or submission. And I think what Jen has explained is a testimony that our strategies are working. And government of Uganda deliberately liberalized the telecom sector and fully liberalized the telecom sector to allow for competition. And by allowing competition, we were looking at consumer protection, but also diversity in terms of services that are being offered by the operators. And indeed, that has been achieved. We have two national telecom operators, MTN being one of them. And indeed, the work that they've been able to do in terms of value-added services is exceptional. But having said that, in our legislation, we deliberately pursued a technology-neutral environment whereby no technology is prescribed. And as a result, we've achieved interoperability from the operators. MTN as an operator, you can send money from MTN to Airtel and vice versa you can send money from two different operators simply because we have put an environment that allows inclusion, and somebody will not be discriminated on account that he subscribed to a certain network and not the other. So in that context, there is indeed a convergence that we've achieved. But beyond that, we have made policy proposals, and we are saying that indeed to achieve inclusion, because inclusion is at different levels, but there's level of inclusion in the sense that there is no connectivity in a given area. So what we have done, working with the operators again, is to explore certain interventions such as national roaming, where if indeed I traveled in a certain part of the country and there's one network and not the other, the network that is in that place should be able to carry me so that I'm not deprived of the opportunity to have access on account of a particular network not being in that particular place. And that, again, as I mentioned earlier, is in the spirit of encouraging infrastructure sharing and therefore reducing the cost of usage for the citizens in the country. So what Jane has explained really, for us as government, it gives us comfort that our strategies and policies and legislation and all laws are working in the right direction. But beyond that, we have made deliberate efforts to put in place mechanisms to support the underserved areas, and that's the reason why government itself took on the initiative to lay fiber, to make sure that we take connectivity to areas that are underserved. And we have created, I think, in excess of 500 hotspots across the country, where we want the citizens indeed to enjoy the value-added services that the operators are bringing on board, but also the services that government is offering. So there is a complementarity between government and the operators that we think is a good mechanism for us giving services to our citizens.
Honorable Bajir, this is a really interesting concept of the hotspots, the 500 hotspots you have. Can you tell us a little bit more about them, how that works, who manages them, what services they provide?
What we have done is, first of all, we realize that there is a necessity to create demand for the services that the operators are providing. And in so doing, when we lay fiber, we want the citizens to be in position to tap onto the network and be able to access services. Because as I said earlier, we want to automate as much as possible. Now, in the spirit of automation, we think the citizens must have a mechanism and an avenue to indeed utilize our services. So what we have done in Kampala, we have set up a couple of hotspots, and these hotspots fired up from 5:30 every evening, and on the weekends from around 1 p.m. And the reason we do that is the capacity that we'll be using in the offices. When we use the capacity, when we use bandwidth during the day, when we leave offices, it's redundant. So that's the capacity that we are giving to the public to utilize. And indeed, if you came to Kampala and I showed you the hotspots, you would see these border riders converging in given places where they know that there is a free Wi-Fi to go and update their applications, their apps, WhatsApp, name it all, Facebook, and so on in those hotspots. But at the same time, to basically get information, but also access any service that they may need. So our strategy is, if we are out of office and we're not using the capacity, and on a public holiday, it's open for the entire day. So what we are doing is that the redundant capacity, when we are out of office, is now given to the community or the public to utilize. as a mechanism of stimulating demand for connectivity.
Yeah, I love that idea. Harish, can you help bring in some of the global perspective? We've just talked about Uganda from both the private and public sector perspective. What have you seen in other countries in the global south that have led to the advance of this infrastructure being more inclusive for these demographics?
Thank you. It was very, very interesting to hear the experience of Uganda from Jane and also the Honorable Secretary. I will step back a little bit and talk firstly on the universal, ensuring that the ID infrastructure is universal. There are also, in many countries, there are also exclusions related to that. Incidentally, this was one of the themes in of a hackathon which the World Bank had launched as part of the annual meetings just a few months back. We called it the Mission Billion, to how do we reach the billion who currently do not have some kind of legal identification. And there were two finalists who specifically addressed this particular point, and I thought it would be useful to illustrate that. The first one was about targeting the intellectually challenged in Nigeria. And the solution they were proposing was to bring in a broad kind of more civic society engagement, creating some kind of a civic organization which will help facilitate the access to ID for segments which are unable to access it by themselves. And this kind of goes to show the power of civil society engagement with them can help in bridging some of the exclusionary gaps we can see. The other one was a service called Mobile Wani, which is a service from an Indian company, and they were looking at providing information through a voice channel. Right? There's one of the reasons for exclusion is also a lack of information and lack of familiarity, and these are the two main reasons why there's also a lot of exclusion. And this seeks to address both of them by making it more easy to access the information, and kind of also to address any grievances they have, and in some sense making it much more easier for them to access and interact with the provision of service. So that was specifically on the ID side. Now, in terms of the payment services and the digital payments infrastructure in general, the big development we have been seeing in the last few years is what is being called as fast payments. In some countries, they call it real-time retail payments, and some others call it instant payments. But basically, all of them are effectively trying to simulate a cash-like experience in terms of immediacy of the payment, and then also wide access and more convenient access. And this is enabling to take the digital payments to segments where it is difficult to service using the existing technologies, existing approaches, because of the cost structure, and then because of the way the way the transactions are processed, etc. So and this uses, for example, QR codes to replace kind of POS infrastructure. It replaces it brings in small micro merchants, who are able to accept digital payments and also make digital payments. And incidentally, during the COVID crisis, in some countries, we saw the street hawkers also being given QR codes to make it easier for them to continue to serve in a contactless manner in terms of at least the payments part, right? Of course, this technology is created in a way. Also, it has to be created in a way that all the different providers in the country are able to access it. And as the Honorable Secretary was mentioning, the interoperability has a very strong linkage with inclusion in terms of being able to include different providers who can then provide services to their customers in a more inclusive manner. And so that means that it's not just banks, it's not just a particular type of payment service providers, but anybody who is licensed and allowed to offer that particular service in the country should be able to interact with that. And there are also new means of interaction which are coming up using open APIs. A good example of that is, of course, the PSD2 in the case of Europe, where they allow third-party providers to be able to access the infrastructure and provide services to the customers, of course, based on the consent of the customer. And this has been implemented in very different ways in many countries. And what that enables is that if a person is more convenient with a WhatsApp or any other local application, and they are carrying out much of their digital lives in that, then they can use the same thing to also interact on the payment side. And they might still maintain an account with a particular bank or a particular mobile money service provider, but they're no longer restricted to the interfaces that entity provides. So now they have a much more open range of providers through whom they can access. So that can also be extremely powerful, very liberating, and in a way it can also support the integration and interoperability by allowing interoperability not just at the level of the infrastructure, but also at the level of the end device and also the end app. So kind of it takes it to the next level. So I would think those are the key developments. And then one fundamental point really is about inclusion is about being able to tailor the products to meet the needs of the particular segments of the of customers. And if you look at the Findex data, which is the survey which is done by the World Bank every 3 years, we ask a question: why is it that you do not have an account, or why are you not included? And there are various reasons, like I don't have enough money, and so on and so on. And one of them is that I don't need it because a family member already has it. And this goes to the point which Jane was making earlier, that typically households might feel that if one person has an account, then that is adequate. But that is perhaps because the use cases have not been developed for all the other members of the household. So even if a youth in the household who's not employed, who's going to college, they will still have expenses related to transit and so on, and also maybe to online courses. So they also have payment needs, and if you have to decide, you have to develop payment services and mechanisms in a way that it meets their needs as well. So I think it's also about tailoring the product, tailoring how it is delivered, and also the different transaction channels which I enable. Thank you.
Thank you. The expertise on this panel is evident. We have just touched on a lot of really important demographics. We had the example of including women as agents in Uganda, the example of extending connectivity to rural and low-income people through hotspots, the example of really including youth in the digital economy through hackathons. Right, the digital economy, we talk about it as one of the largest places for employment in the new economy as we move forward. In a country like Uganda, I think the median age is 15. So ensuring that youth are included in the digital era is paramount. A number of other important concepts we discussed. Is the concept of kind of infrastructure as stacked or layered, right? And so, once we put down one foundational piece, maybe most foundational, something like extending electricity, grid electricity, then on top of that, maybe we can build a digital identity system, right? We see this with the progression in India, the Aadhaar ID system, and then building the unified payments interface, the UPI on top of that. And Jane gave a good example in Uganda of using what is now fairly ubiquitous, mobile money. In the last National Demand Side Survey in 2017, the World Bank did, Uganda and Kenya were the only two countries in the world that had over 50% of the population using mobile money. So Uganda is one of the two leading countries, and it's now ubiquitous enough that they can build a Paygo Energy or a Paygo smartphone product on top of that. So essentially what's happening is a SIM card or some communication chip is put in that smartphone, and because that person has access to mobile money to make payments on that smartphone, they don't have to go to a bank or anywhere. They can do it directly from their phone. And so that unlocks the ability to do financing and to give people smartphones on, with small regular payments, as opposed to a large lump sum that's much harder to put together. I think our definition of what's foundational infrastructure is changing. For some people, looking at hardware like smart devices may or may not be. To me, it's central, even though it's not fixed in the sense that infrastructure or the definition of infrastructure may have been in the past. But again, that ability for people to be included into that digital infrastructure or economy is predicated on their ability to interact with it through these smart devices. The last concept that all of you touched on was this concept of connectivity, interoperability. Harish, you talked about open APIs. And I just wanted to do a follow-up on that because it's really central to foundational infrastructure. And I wanted to see if you guys had comments on the sequencing of it, because that's one of the hardest things to get right. And so on the one hand, if there is not interoperability, what happens is a business case can be created for a single entity to invest and capture a market, right? And so it creates a business case for investment where a large business with capital can invest and develop a competitive advantage that then captures a market. And so, I think the classic example of that is Safaricom M-Pesa in Kenya, that were able to become so dominant that they really captured the mobile money market. But that can stymie ecosystem development, right? Having competition and other smaller players involved in the market. And so, there may be issues if we introduce interoperability too early, or we might say that, hey, look, we have to introduce it early to dictate how the market evolves, but we need to do it in a certain way to ensure that investment still happens. So I don't know, maybe Jane, can I ask you, do you have thoughts on how we sequence this correctly so private sector interests are protected as well as the development of the market in general?
So the way I see how to sequence that is, first of all, having an enabling environment. And enabling environment comes by support of government to drive certain initiatives that speak to financial inclusion. And like the Honorable Minister spoke, he spoke a lot about the government being involved in and having a strategy that they're driving that is definitely mirrored into the private sector initiatives. But also to look at supporting the connectivity rails as businesses start to evolve, and things like open API and product development, and allowing developers to ride on a platform and enable services that reach the bottom of the pyramid in real time without having to have a private sector organization invest so much in resource of reaching the end user, but rather working from a collaborative, inclusive front where both of them come together and they have a strategy to drive, but also are mindful of what the economy or the end users are interested in holistically. And I see Open API as a very key platform to enable that, but also enterprise as a service, having enabled commercial data centers in the country. I know that MTN has one where people can store data in the country and not have it outside the country, so that they can easily access it, having messaging as a service, a free service that can be accessed by all people, so that there's a collaboration from all fronts, from private sector and government.
Thank you, Jane. And Harish, what about the international experience? How have you seen the sequencing done of opening up or interconnecting these systems that's worked?
Yeah, this is actually a very, very difficult decision, right? And as you rightly alluded to in your remarks about the tension between doing it too early versus doing it too late, and getting it just right, I think it is, and it is very, very difficult. And I think also the point about anything in the digital economy is not just about that there have to be multiple providers. There are certain natural monopolies in some of these because this kind of the benefits of economies of scale and scope. There are natural tendencies for the winner takes all and kind of monopoly power coming in. I think from a public policy perspective, what is important is to keep the market contestable, right? And going back to the experience in Uganda, which was narrated by the Honorable Secretary, when a new telecom provider comes in, they are required to interconnect with the other provider, and the existing incumbent is required to open it up. No? So it's not about it's mandated, no? So they have to open up access. So that's an example of keeping the market contestable, right? In the case of mobile money services and payment services in particular, when telecom companies offer these services, there are certain they control the transaction channel, so they have some ability to exert their power and kind of in some sense stop other providers from entering the market or offering the service in an efficient manner through access to USSDs, etc. So keeping those transaction channels available to all eligible providers in the country is also another policy decision which we have seen. In terms of requiring everybody to connect onto one particular system, become interoperable for transactions, etc. I think that's a second order of business, right? So I think first you need to get more providers into the market and give them enough space for them to be able to execute on their business plans. And at some point, I think it's very important, of course, for interoperability to come in terms of transactions. And there, we have seen in some contexts this kind of coming in on its own from the private sector side. And the experience in the previous years with the card industry also shows that the Visa, MasterCard evolved as an initiative in the private sector to interoperate, right? They become interoperable. And we also see in the telecom sector with respect to tower sharing, etc., automatically evolving as a particular business grows, right? But there are contexts in which this might not happen, right? And that's where the public authorities have to come in, have to step in, bring everybody together, and kind of create this infrastructure through a public initiative, right? It doesn't have to be publicly owned, but maybe the initial impetus has to come from the public sector. But even if the impetus is coming from the public sector, I think it's very important to engage the private sector on critical decisions, in particular in terms of course, the technical design, etc., but also in terms of pricing, right? The interoperability doesn't mean that you're offering it free. You know? The provider whose infrastructure is being used has to be compensated. Otherwise, it creates perverse incentives, and you might see that an entity might come into the market and do free ride on the investments made by other providers, right? So I think you need to also prevent against free riding. So there has to be some kind of a business model behind it. And all of this is perhaps best left to the private sector to evolve in terms of what is the pricing mechanism for the interoperable transactions and what transactions should ideally be interoperable. So it is not fair, for example, to ask an agent of a particular mobile money provider to also offer account opening services for another provider. That simply doesn't work in the commercial sense. And if you draw a parallel to the world of ATMs, you can go to an ATM and withdraw, you can use any other bank's card and withdraw money, but you can't get the marketing services and other services which are offered by the bank which installed the ATM, right? So I think being conscious of that, being able to, being involved in the private sector to ensure that the business interests are protected, but also the service availability improves for the public at large, right? So I think that is a difficult balance to achieve, and this can only come by the public and private cooperation. So I hope I answered that, and maybe two additional points. Maybe one is about the access to infrastructure, right? So one has to look at this as a long-running innings, right? So it's not about one innings and everything is sorted out and that's it. No, it's life is good all along after that. So I think this thing evolves in phases. So you might achieve one level of competition and interoperability at one given stage, But when new players come into the market, the entities which control that infrastructure now, they might become, they might start behaving in a way to block the new entrants, right? So you need to constantly monitor the access policies of infrastructure. You need to constantly monitor the state of competition in the market, and public policies might have to come in to require access to certain infrastructure being opened up. And then also by the central bank, for example, by offering access to the services it offers, automatically also creates a pressure on the market, makes it more competitive. So these are some of the experiences we are seeing. Then of course I don't want to take you into a different direction with talking about central bank digital currencies, etc. That is also in a way a pressure point to force the industry to become more interoperable and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Honorable Bajiri, I think, if we create a false dichotomy from a public sector perspective, on one end of the dichotomy, people might say, hey, look, it's, or might have the philosophy that the public sector should have a command approach to interoperability or interconnectivity, and say, hey, look, if you go tell Jane to open up and share her agents with Airtel, it's not going to happen. Those guys are competitors. Or if you make the same analog with banks sharing ATMs, something like that, right? And you really need to go tell them to do it and enforce it. On the other end of the spectrum, now we have digital companies that are open API first, right? We have Shopify and e-commerce, we have Stripe and FinTech, and their whole business model is to provide that interconnectivity because they think it creates a better customer experience. It enables new businesses to be grown on top of it, and in a sense, become part of that digital infrastructure. And so on the other side of the spectrum, we say, no, look, hey, there's a business case for it because it creates a better customer experience. And as policymakers, we should have a light touch and let the digital economy evolve as it does. So my question to you, Honorable Bajiri, is how do we find a happy middle point? How do we find a hybrid approach between those two ends of the spectrum?
Well, I was laughing when Harish was making his presentation. And indeed, as he said, it's not as easy as it may sound. But indeed, what we do is we have our hands off and our eyes on in the operations of the private sector, just to ensure that the sector indeed does grow. But what we have done is within the regulatory framework, we have prescribed a mechanism for interconnection and interconnection at a number of levels. But having said that, indeed it is true the big operators reluctantly entertain the small players in a given segment. And I can talk about financial services in this respect. You will find that there is a small player who indeed may want to actively participate, but perhaps they want to ride on these big numbers that the national telecom operators have, and therefore it makes a lot of sense for them to connect. It's more beneficial to them to connect, and the big players are saying, wait a minute, I've invested in all this infrastructure over the years. I can't open it up for you to just come with zero investment, to just come and ride on this sort of infrastructure. Having said that, so it's a bit, on the one hand, we want the small enterprises to also thrive, but at the same time, we recognize that the big players have indeed put in a lot of resources in terms of investment. So we encourage dialogue. The regulator for telecom, in our case, the Uganda Communications Commission, at times facilitates dialogue to see to it that these entities are supported by the big players, because it's the only way they can be productive in an economy. Otherwise, if indeed you wanted to play a role in financial services and you won't have access to the telecom operator, then you have no business case. So we facilitate dialogue, and I think we've succeeded in some instances to see to it that the small players have a go or have a chance in collaboration with the big players. But in saying that, it's extremely regulation and legislation in the digital economy is extremely hard, because the innovation comes first, and then we follow with legislation and trying to organize how this should be regulated. Mobile money is a classic example. It all started very, very fast, and then we came from behind to see how do we regulate, how do we legislate in this fast and productive and very useful platform that the public wants. There were areas that were quite disturbing. I mean, we kept asking ourselves, now the people who have died and had money on their phones, what happens? In a banking environment, you have a next of kin, they have a register, and so on and so forth. So we came from behind to try and regulate. So likewise, on the issue of open APIs and so on and so forth, we hold a view that as time goes on, we shall perfect a mechanism of providing guidance in that particular respect.
Thank you. And we now only have, well, about 3 minutes left. But Harish, I just wanted to ask you just shortly, given our time, to focus on FinTech, because the Singapore FinTech Festival, and what you've seen in the global south in terms of which countries are leading in terms of creating an enabling environment, a foundational infrastructure for FinTech, and what can we learn from them? Maybe choose one example.
Thank you, Mike. No, it's not fair to say which countries are leading and so on. So I think each country is doing its best given its particular context. I would rather speak in terms of some of the trends we are seeing. As I was mentioning, kind of the digital capabilities for ID, fast payment services, open APIs, and then also kind of leveraging the power of alternative data. Is basically where the whole industry is moving, and different countries are in different stages. And what is very interesting is it is very difficult to say that this is if you don't have this, you cannot do it, right? And for example, people might say that, well, if you don't have a fully functioning digital ID, you cannot have financial inclusion, but that's not the case. And they take the case of Uganda, where they achieved quite a bit of progress on financial inclusion with ID, but not necessarily with all the full digital capabilities, right? But of course, to go to the next level, you might need other capabilities to come in. So I think people are finding ways around it, but fundamentally, I think this key points are about how do we make payments faster? How do we make it easier for individuals to transact? Then how do we make it easier for people to remotely authenticate? And then also about how do we leverage the data which is coming in because of all these digital interactions to make available other financial services and also other digital services. So I think I would leave it at that, Mike. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Harish. And thank you to all our distinguished panelists. We now are out of time, but I want to thank you guys for a incredibly engaging discussion, and encourage everyone to enjoy the rest of Singapore FinTech Festival. So I'll sign off now with the rest of the panelists, and one last time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone to yet another session of the Singapore FinTech Festival. My name is Chris Lucolio. I'm the Digital Country Lead for UNCDF in Uganda. And we have a very interesting panel for you today. We will be discussing emerging approaches for financial resilience of microenterprises. Now, as you know, as I'm sure you all know, microenterprises have been tested quite a bit during this pandemic. And only those that have had either cash reserves, have been resilient, are the ones that have been able to survive. And so it's no doubt that they've been stretched to their limits. And in today's discussion, we will be looking at what the experiences have been of several of our panel members. They come from very diverse backgrounds, and they will be sharing with us their various experiences and ideas. And so, again, really exciting panel today. I should mention that UNCDF in Uganda is implementing a program on building an inclusive digital economy. And in that program, we're working very closely with small enterprises, micro-enterprises. So once again, we have seen firsthand just the devastation as many people are forced to stay home, as we've seen several lockdowns and restrictions on movement, as businesses are unable to access their clients and unable to access credit and markets. So hopefully we can shed some light on what's been going on, at least in Uganda and other countries, but also we hope to get significant feedback from our participants. Now, I'm going to invite our panel members to introduce themselves. Each one will take 5 minutes to talk about themselves, what they do, their background, and then we will later on launch into our panel session. So without much further ado, let me invite Bushle from Jumo World. Could you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chris. So my name is Bushle Gosler, and I am the CEO for the Africa region and Pakistan at Jumo. Jumo is basically a technology stack for building and running financial services in emerging markets. We have had the good fortune to be able to partner with some of the leading banks and telcos, some of whom you might recognize: Absa, Ecobank, MTN, Tigo Millicom, and Airtel. We're currently live in 6 African markets and Pakistan. In fact, our newest market went live just last week, Cote d'Ivoire, our first Francophone market. And we have been able to serve since 2015 in excess of 16 million customers. We have originated over $2.5 billion in loans on our platform. We actually do offer both savings and lending on the platform, and the majority of our customers, roughly 2 in 3, are MSMEs, and a lot of those micro entrepreneurs. So I'm very excited to be joining this panel because it's clearly a segment that we have spent a lot of the past 5 years really getting to understand, to get to grips with. And I think that over COVID, we have learned a lot more around the resilience that these micro entrepreneurs have. And we've also been thinking a lot over the past couple of months around how we can be a part of the recovery. So I'm looking forward to today's conversation.
Thank you so much, Bushle, for that wonderful introduction. Let me now invite Geraldine Makunda from FSD Kenya to introduce herself. Geraldine, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm delighted to be here. I'm Lucaria Geraldine Makunda from FSD Kenya. FSD Kenya stands for Financial Sector Deepening Trust Kenya, and it's based in Nairobi. It's an independent trust dedicated to the achievement of an inclusive financial system that supports Kenya's long-term development goals. And we work closely with government, the financial services industry, and other partners to develop financial solutions that better address real-world challenges faced by low-income households, enterprises, These are the micro and small businesses, and then also the underserved groups such as women and youth. So my role as the Market Information Project Lead at IFSD Kenya involves the drive of the use of data, with demand side, supply side data, real economy data, to influence the markets to use data to come up with solutions that will encourage inclusive growth. And more than ever, the COVID impact has actually kept us working day in and day out, just trying to get data out there to be able to know the impact and also impact of COVID, and also just influence or drive solutions by government and financial service providers on how to support households as well as the small businesses. So as the Market Information Project Lead, I run the financial access study, which we call the FinAccess survey, which we do with the Central Bank of Kenya and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And it's a study that we've been running since 2005 to now every 3 years. And the most exciting thing is that this study now will really test the financial inclusion levels of Kenya, because we know COVID has sort of eroded a lot of the gains, especially for small businesses. And this study will be able to tell us how it's been since the last year we did it, and now post-COVID. So I'm very excited to hopefully also share insights from that study at some point. So I've been working with FSD for 7 years, and we're seeing a lot of changes in the market, and I'm looking forward to just talk about the segment on the small businesses, which we're passionate about. And as Chris had mentioned, we also work with the micro and small businesses. So I look forward to talking to everyone about it and our experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. And lastly, let me invite Alistair Sasok from Safe Border. Alistair, can you please introduce yourself? Tell us a bit about what you do with small businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, super excited to be here, and thanks so much for the invitation. So yeah, I'm co-founder, co-CEO of Safe Border. At Safe Border, we're basically building a consumer mobile app platform that's using motorcycle taxis as the entry point to a super app. But we started as a community of boda bodas, and boda bodas are motorcycle taxis. So they're two-wheelers, and they're a very common form of transportation in many cities in East and West Africa. We started in Kampala, in basically in 2017 we really got going, and we are in Nigeria and also in Kenya. So we're in 3 markets, and yeah, those bodas are really micro entrepreneurs in many ways. Importantly, for a boda, they see themselves as their own business. So we kind of brought that together by giving these drivers a sense of ownership and purpose. They had orange helmets, they had a reflector jacket with their name on the back and with a Safe Border logo on the back. And then they became a very recognizable service in the city. So you'd press a button and you would get a Safe Border to your destination via the app. So that's kind of what we've been working on. We have over 1 million, 1.5 million downloads. We have hundreds of thousands of transactions, and yeah, it's just been a very interesting experience. We have also expanded during COVID into other on-demand services. So those services being food and shop. So how do we think about giving people in African cities access to things they need? And we partnered with UNCDF on a market vendor project. So we took vendors, so kind of people selling fruit and vegetables in local markets, and put them online. And so that's been a really exciting project this year that we've worked on with UNCDF and actually a few other partners as well, to provide services to both the supply and the demand side of the marketplace as well. So yeah, really excited to be here, and really interested to learn more from the other participants as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alistair. Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. So let's jump right in. I mean, Geraldine, I'm going to come back to you first, just to highlight that, you know, in the region, in the East African region, Kenya is seen as the market that has some of the more financially resilient microenterprises, especially, you know, in the digital sector, but in other sectors as well. And if you could, please, could you highlight for us, you know, what does financial resilience mean in the context of microenterprises? What does that mean for these small businesses, some of whom are, like Alistair said, you know, one-person, you know, ride-share businesses or small mom and pop shops? What does resilience mean in this context? Thank you.
Right, thanks, Chris. Okay, resilience and what it means for businesses. So maybe I should start with the ideal situation, where when we can go to Japan, where we know that businesses survive for over 1,000 years. Many have been there for over 100 years. And you know, Japan as it is, they have so many calamities, earthquakes, and you keep wondering why is it that they stand all these calamities and bounce back. So I can give an example of a company. It's a small family-held run small business, which is typical of most businesses in Japan. And it's been running for the past since 1,000 years ago. And they specialize in making rice cakes. And how they started doing the business is because of the many calamities, you'd have many Japanese going to Kyoto, to the shrines to offer prayers. And in that process, the family they came together, decided to be serving the rice cakes. And the ingredients have remained the same since more than 1,000 years ago and continue being the same. And the only time they changed the price was during the World War II, when or rather, in fact, that's when they introduced the pricing. And the price has remained the same since the World War II. And nothing has changed, but they've continued standing. And that's a story with so many other companies, as I said. And one of them that I can think of is Nintendo, because I know my son plays games with it. So it's over 100 years, and they started with, I think, making cards, and then now they moved to the games, and they're still standing despite all those calamities. Coming back home, and just before I go there, maybe I should talk about why the resilience there. So we see that many Japanese companies are there because they want to give value. Like this company, the rice cake, it's like they're giving to the community. So even profit is not at the forefront, and they have this value that over these centuries they've been operating. There's no generation that would want to drop the ball. So they have that ingrained driving them to keep going. And then other things that that have made these businesses stand are things to do with because of the calamities they've gone through. They've learned to save a lot, and even when they've made profits, they don't increase their expenditures. So their reserves are very, very, very high, and they can tackle calamities. And then the other thing is credit is quite affordable there, and the government supports a lot of stuff there. So that's the ideal situation. But when it comes to Kenya and many other sub-Saharan companies, and also as Chris says, many are micro businesses, and they're run by single persons. Many of the business owners are coming to run businesses because they don't have any other form of income. And businesses is a fallback plan to make money. Most of them operate informally. They use informal financial solutions to meet their needs. And so actually COVID brought all these things clearly to the limelight, that there are so many structures that are not supporting many of the businesses. And majority of Kenyans who are in business, about 60% are micro, and they rely on wholesale businesses and retail trade. And these were really affected by COVID. So going back to the definition of what resilience means is how are these businesses able to come back after facing the shocks of COVID and many others. There's a drought and all that. And ideally, as players in the financial inclusion sector, we think that finance would work for them, but it hasn't worked because many are still struggling. And I know the success stories, which we'll hear about from my panelists, co-panelists. But FSD Kenya and the partners, the Central Bank of Kenya and National Bureau of Statistics, luckily we got into frameworks that were able to now measure resilience. And in terms of resilience, we're looking at how a business is able to meet their liquidity needs after a shock. How are they able to still have savings to deal with shocks? How are they able to just be ready for any shocks? And with those 3 dimensions, we could use that to determine how resilient these businesses are. And just to conclude on that question, sorry, it's taken a while, but it's just the ability of businesses to do that. How can they come back and meet all these needs that they require? And as I said in the beginning, when I was introducing myself, we're really looking forward to the next round of the survey because it will really show us how the micro businesses are doing after 3 years of almost, first of all, recovering from drought and all that, then again, COVID happens. So we need to see how resilient these businesses are. Thank you. And over to you, Chris.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. Indeed, we really appreciate that you were able to bring an example from a totally different market to give some context, because you're absolutely right that as we think about financial resilience, what are we comparing to? And I think you're right that being able to survive shocks is at the center of this, because we are indeed in the middle of a major shock. Alistair, maybe over to you. With Safe Border, and we talked about this earlier, that many of the riders that you deal with, the motorcycle taxis, these are small enterprises, micro enterprises in and of themselves. And so maybe you could highlight for us what have been some of the key financial resilience challenges that you've seen before, during, and after COVID that you can highlight for our audience. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, great question. Yeah, I mean, so we've learned to kind of work with 2 different types of micro entrepreneurs, right? So firstly, it's the boda driver. So the boda driver is a motorcycle taxi driver. He drives around, he picks up people, he makes around $8 to $10 a day in Kampala. And, you know, that's very cash heavy, that's cash in the pocket, but cash that also goes out to various other expenditures in the day, right? So that's kind of their day-to-day operation. And we as Safe Boda have tried to build a driver wallet that, you know, an e-wallet, right? Where drivers make money through the Safe Boda app and then can take that money out of the Safe Boda app when they need to, as opposed to just having cash in your pocket. And then when you go home to your wife at the end of the day, how much money do you have left? Whereas we can force savings on an an informal economic activity, right? And I think that's like the challenge, right? Is like, how do you go from informal economy to something more formal that still makes sense for them at the income level that those drivers have, right? And so we kind of knew this from day one. So I mean, one of our co-founders, Ricky, is a boda driver, right? And so inherent in the design of how we thought about our system was that approach of understanding the daily cash flows of boda drivers. They actually make a lot of money, you know, but then the challenge is savings and keeping that money for investment, right? And, you know, very similarly, we have the food in the shop vendors. So on our shop platform that we partner with UNCDF on for our local market vendors, they have the same challenges, right? Like drivers have asset financing challenges with their bikes. Market vendors have financing challenges with, you know, having enough stock or investing in their business or investing in the simple kind of, products they need to make their businesses work, right? Also, shop vendors have a big challenge in the supply that they need. So the cost of materials, cost of plastic bags, cost of paper bags, cost of the where they're getting their produce for them to sell. All of that is very variable, and so they kind of struggle with that. So that's another big challenge that they have. And then, of course, in COVID, like the other challenge that we saw with these micro enterprises was, of course, like market access, where the foot traffic, which is 99% of their business before, was basically banned due to the lockdowns in the government in Uganda, of course, to stop the spread of COVID. So we tried to use the Safe Border app to connect these primarily market ladies to new demand, right? But yeah, I think like it's definitely. It's nothing special or different with motorcycle taxi drivers or with market vendors. It's the classic challenges of capital allocation, access to finance in the right way that makes sense for them as users. So, if we use a human-centered design approach, how do people want to pay that back? How do people understand, what they're paying back? What are the services that we can bundle for them to protect them from economic shocks and make sure that they can, do economically well from it, right? Like you're designing any product or app, it needs to work for the user. And so I think like that's a fundamental, obvious point, but something that can be overlooked, particularly in, sometimes more the aid or development sector, where, sometimes it's a bit too much of a top-down approach rather than a product-driven approach where we understand capital constraints, right? So the more that Safe Border can provide a history of income for our drivers and say, well, every driver used to earn $10 a day, so now they can get a loan for a motorcycle, and we have a few partnerships for that. That's life-changing for them, and then they can become a great, contributor on our platform and build a great business for Safe Border as well. So yeah, I think like we've definitely seen some of the challenges for these micro businesses, and yeah, it's an exciting challenge that like Safe Border is trying to humbly figure out.
Very good, Alistair, and thank you so much for those thoughts. And yeah, I think you're absolutely right that indeed some of the challenges that we've seen relate to the ability to save for those shocks, like Geraldine mentioned, or even providing easy mechanisms to achieve those savings. I'm going to turn to you, Bushle, and really, I think that Jumo World's place in the financial technology sector is unquestioned. We know several small businesses, several small enterprises that are existent because of the stack that you provide, that you talked about. And so maybe you could highlight for us what practices you've seen in your line of work that contribute, that help to build financially resilient microenterprises. What works? What have you seen that doesn't work? Maybe you can shed some light on that for us. Go ahead, Bushle. Thank you so much.
Great. I think the way I'm going to approach this is by talking firstly more generally just around some of the things which are core to our platform, which we've realized over the course of this year, that these are things which have served the micro entrepreneurs on our platform well, although it wasn't something that was built for COVID specifically. And then I'd just also like to build a little bit on some of the comments that Geraldine and Alistair made around resilience more generally. So in terms of the Jumo platform and what I think has worked well and worked especially well during COVID, I think the first is that we really have focused right from the beginning on access as a non-negotiable. So access at the broadest scale possible, really designing for the lowest common denominator so that whether a customer has a feature phone or a smartphone, they're actually able to access services on our platform. Now, obviously, this becomes really important when you have a pandemic that has such significant financial consequences for people because they don't need to spend money on internet. And as you know, a lot of micro entrepreneurs, especially in our African markets, are highly cost sensitive. So this is something which has made a big difference. The fact that we are partnering with banks and telcos was really our business model innovation approach. Again, that has put us in a really good position through COVID, where in fact mobile money has really become more than ever the backbone of our economies across Africa. I think someone once made the comment that payments are like the connective tissue of economies, right? And in Africa, mobile money is that. So that has put us in really good stead. So access. Then I think the second feature on our platform that I think has served us well and probably has served many other people who focused on this well is choice and empowerment, right? We spend a lot of time really trying to understand the different segments of customers, making sure that in the design of our products, we give them choices that matter. So flexibility, whether that relates to term of the loan, where they can repay it, the same for savings as well, giving customers features which give them the flexibility to essentially almost customize what is offered on the platform to suit their business. Because as Alistair intimated, there are differences, right, between micro entrepreneurs. Some of them are operating in very kind of high velocity type, high transaction volume type businesses, whereas others, the sales cycle is a lot slower. And obviously, all of these things have implications. And we've tried with all of our products always to make it really configurable and to present the choice in a way which is empowering without being overwhelming to customers. And I think that is something which is important across all markets and really has put us in a good position. The last is actually also linked to the first one, access, which is really focusing on financial value. And what that means for us is not just looking at the final price, right? But looking at what does it cost to access the service end to end, right? Because as we know, our micro entrepreneurs play so many roles. And I'm especially passionate about this issue when it comes to women, right? Because they often have 2 or 3 full-time jobs, and time is also money for them. And so in the way in which we've designed our products and customer journey, we really pay a lot of attention to that. We don't ask for data or information that's not absolutely crucial. We don't add any step to the process that is not crucial. And in fact, customers are able to access our services in real time, just seconds, really. So I would say those are kind of the 3 pillars which are core to our design philosophy and just approach, which over the course of COVID have put us on the front foot. I spoke about, the business model innovation component and how that's allowed us to reach the largest number of people. And one of the things that we were able to do with our bank partners over COVID, for instance, was look at pricing and go, people are not able to freely move around in certain markets which went into lockdown. What do we want to do about penalty fees, right? And we were able to waive penalty fees. We were able to work with the telco partners to ensure that the appropriate messaging was available. Also, if customers asked mobile money agents, etc. So that's something which has been, I think, a real kind of bright light in an otherwise dark period. The last thing I just wanted to say was just commenting on this subject of resilience, because it's something I've also been thinking a lot about, and just looking at some of the survey data from micro entrepreneurs on our platform and speaking to peers in the industry. And I was thinking, what are the kind of trying to kind of sense make and find the patterns, right, of which businesses are surviving and why, and what can we learn from it. And I have like 4 observations, right? So the one is kind of linked to this idea that variety absorbs variety. And in a situation like this, what I'm seeing is that the situation itself presents a lot of variety, right? It's a multifaceted issue. It's not just health, right? It's the health, it's your health, it's the economy. Our whole social fabric itself is being challenged. You can't see your family. So the problem that we're facing has huge variability. And what I'm seeing is that the entrepreneurs who are surviving are those who also have huge variety in terms of their skills, in terms of their income sources. So we're seeing, for instance, you'd find someone is maybe a mobile money agent, but also is running a little duka shop, but also actually sells hair extensions on the side, etc. And those are the types of entrepreneurs that we're seeing surviving. And then the other thing, is yes, absolutely the buffer. So do you have any savings? The third thing is I'm seeing a lot of entrepreneurs who are more used to shocks of different types, really rebounding well. And I think, in the micro entrepreneur segment, because a lot of these people are solo entrepreneurs, they have actually been through a lot of shocks, even though it's not COVID, right? Because oftentimes, they have to provide for family in the rural areas, plus their own family. If there's a death in the family, that's also a shock. So we're seeing people who've been through those types of things really rebounding very quickly. And the last thing that I'm seeing around this resilience theme is also what tools are available to fall back on. And so, we've seen in a lot of our markets where, especially in the mobile money environment, where there's kind of a more aggressive attempt to acquire merchants and onboard people into accepting mobile payments, that those businesses have been able to rebound a lot faster. So those are just some of the interesting patterns that I've been observing. Back over to you, Chris.
Thank you so much, Bushle, for those wonderful insights. And I think I hear several trends in our conversation here that indeed we're seeing, whether it's new ways of saving, as Alistair mentioned, that several of these motorcycle riders were not saving, they were making a lot of money, but also you're talking about, I think, that diversification where somebody might try different revenue streams, one job versus having several jobs. And I also, I think, Geraldine, you mentioned that, at FSDK, you've also done quite a bit of, that you've done some surveying of these small businesses. And so I'm assuming that I think you all are seeing several of these trends come out as you talk to these small businesses, as you engage with these small businesses. I guess the one thing that I would like to ask is, what are some of those? I think it's already coming out what some of those trends are, right? In building financial resilience of these micro enterprises. If any of you could talk about, again, some more of those trends that you're seeing in dealing with, in building financial resilience. What are you seeing? But also, if you could talk about what are some of the environmental factors that are driving these changes. Yes, we've had COVID, but I don't think over the last 6-9 months, this is when all this is emerging, right? That some of this might have been building already. So what are some of those environmental factors that are driving this that you're seeing? And indeed, what are some more of those trends? So maybe, Geraldine, if you could highlight some of those for us from your surveys, from your interactions, and then I'll go on to others. Thank you so much. Geraldine, you might be muted. Sorry.
All right, I'm very sorry to have been trained on what to do. Yes, I want to build on what Bushle said, about the diversification of businesses, and that's one major thing we're seeing in Nairobi, especially where, of course, most of the businesses are located. So an example I can give is of a lady who was focused on making school uniform, selling shoes for school for kids and all that. But because of the lockdown and schools closure, she switched to making masks. And through that, she's been able to even increase her income more than what she used to make from the selling of uniform. So I'm just emphasizing how one of the things that Bushli says about the diversification, and it's working very well for many businesses in Kenya. The other thing is on the new digital marketing channels that have already been covered a lot, but we're seeing very many small businesses, moving from the coming into the shop, I think because of the lockdown, and now many have realized that Facebook and all these social channels can work for them. And this is not something that used to be done by the micro businesses you're seeing, but now it's changed because we realized that only digital was working for them at that point because of the lockdown in Kenya. It was, I think, for about 3 months, and business had to survive. So just discovering new channels has helped many businesses cope. The other thing is acquiring new skills because some of the micro businesses, like people like barbers or hairdressers, because of the social distancing and people fearing getting COVID, they decided to move into other ventures that didn't require that social close interactions. So they're going on to selling things like shoes or just things that don't need any interaction. And you're seeing a lot of that happening both in the rural and urban centers. I could also talk about the new service offerings, and there's a story about a boy called Joe. he used to sell things in his shop, and then customers were not coming. So his mother gave him some money to buy a motorcycle. And now instead of customers coming, he's using that motorcycle to deliver and actually even offering more efficient services. And these are some of the things that I think businesses are realizing that they will continue to do even beyond COVID. And it's a big win for micro businesses because making use of a digital facility and other infrastructures is going to sort of put pressure for the government to continue making this infrastructure work for many of the small businesses, because before that, I think many businesses were struggling. There's nothing to do, but now there's a pressure that's pushing. So different stakeholders will be able to support businesses in those areas, and we hope it's going to be for the long term. Yeah, thank you. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Geraldine. Alistair, any thoughts on this? Again, what trends are we seeing on your end, but also what are some of those environmental factors that are driving some of these new trends in building financial resilience? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously in a space where it's about getting people online, right? It's about getting people to use online modes of payment, marketplaces, etc., which is challenging. I think we've seen some interesting trends that I think will be quite obvious to people, but they're pretty important, which are smartphones. So people getting smartphones, the cost of smartphones, there's a kind of a Moore's law. It's getting cheaper, and companies that are coming out with financing for smartphones. So our drivers get a smartphone on loan and then pay that back through the earnings that they make on the SafeBoda app, and that's been instrumental. I know another number of other companies are moving more in that space, such as M-Copa. They've kind of you hear more about M-Copa phones and M-Copa solar, which is very interesting. And then I guess the cost of data is a highly prohibitive area. What we've seen, right? So in Uganda, the cost of data is still very high. It's significantly more than India, right? So what does that mean? Well, it means it's harder for you to get online. You already don't have a large asset base or a large income, and you're asking people to go online to participate on things, and you have very high cost of data. In addition, we have a social media tax, for example, in Uganda, which means that people to go on WhatsApp, they have to pay around 20-30 cents, 1,400 shillings Ugandan to use WhatsApp, right? every week. So all this does is increase the barriers to entry for online, unfortunately. So, there is an overall positive trend, and of course we're part of that, and we feel great for ourselves. But there is also a number of fundamental infrastructure challenges and enabling factors, which kind of Chris was alluding to, like what are those business environment factors that we need to think about? And then I think, the final point would just be that, trust is another thing, that we think is very important, right? So if consumers or micro enterprises can trust the platforms they're using or the services they're using, and those services don't, for lack of a better word, screw them, then you can build something, right? And I think, M-Pesa, for example, in Kenya has shown pretty strong customer service, pretty strong product market fit, have really tried to service, the country as best as they can. And that has led to a strong trust in the product. People go online, people use it, and I think like that's another basic point, is that we need products that work and are products that are of good value, and also that the consumer is protected as well, right? I think like a lot of the challenging on lending apps and other areas we've seen, particularly in Kenya, has been that because people are scared and don't trust some of these platforms anymore, or there's just been a fear that these platforms are predatory as well. So I think that trust plays a very important point, and government and like the enabling environment can help, make trust, maybe improve trust in a way. So yeah, I think that's some of the trends. I think we're definitely moving in the right direction on all of this. But I think we need to recognize that there are some large infrastructure related barriers that prohibit faster growth. When you think about the investment in India of reliance into cheap internet for everyone, it was obviously a market share play, but those kind of pushes that we've seen from those kind of companies led to huge changes on the ground. So it's also about to what extent leading private sector companies can also help on those sides. So I'm obviously focusing on the internet side of business and on micro entrepreneurship, but I think ultimately, that's the way that things are going, and it's just a matter of how we can think about supporting these and accelerating some of these initiatives.
No, I think I completely agree. Indeed, that advances in more access to online and also more usage of online services have definitely driven a lot of the trends in building a financial resilience. I wanted to invite Bushle to give her comments, but Geraldine, were you saying something real quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on what Alistair said, and just because he mentioned M-Pesa. So one of the things that the mobile money has enabled is because of the declaration by governments that payments should be done digitally. That was at the beginning of the COVID impact. And then what we saw is that many businesses, especially on the M-Pesa, moved to using till numbers. And that in a way enabled, and till numbers is sort of like a business number. And those enable businesses to have records of their transactions. And one of the hindrances for the MSCs is that they don't have records, and because they are very obviously informal. And so a good trend would be for us to see the use of till numbers going on. But of course, there are other challenges because most of these, some of the infrastructural challenges, at least for M-Pesa and mobile money, is they're perceived to be very expensive. And then even just around the trust issues, somebody transfers money to make a payment, and then the next minute they reversed back to them. And I think those are some of the challenges that would still need to be tackled for it to work seamlessly and to get more people onboarding to digital. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think you're absolutely right. Indeed, there are issues of trust, and in some cases we've seen that actually the move to digital platforms has helped to deal with that, right? That there's more traceability and some issues of ID still exist. But maybe to you, Bushle, about again, as we see new trends in microenterprises building financial resilience. What are some of those environmental factors, that are driving this? Is it simply, a need to survive? Are there new regulations? What are you seeing in your line of work that you think is driving some of the, because I think you mentioned even the stack that you provide, you allow that flexibility, and then you see these new innovations as people take your stack and create new business models and so on. But what's driving that? Maybe you can highlight that for us.
So I think, thinking about the resilience of micro enterprises and the role that digital platforms can play in that, and your question around what are the environmental factors, I think there are a couple of conditions which I think are the necessary conditions for these digital platforms to make a difference to micro entrepreneurs. And I'm going to talk about a couple of different countries because we obviously have, the benefit of operating in multiple countries. So I think the first one is definitely regulatory. And I would say that, what we're seeing is that, where you have an enabling regulatory environment, it's much easier to actually innovate for micro entrepreneurs. But I also think that where you have governments that are more kind of actively supportive of digital platforms, this makes a very, very big difference. So, if you take, for instance, Tanzania, they've fairly recently launched biometric identification, and the government there has also been very active in digitizing of payments, including G2P payments, right? So, those types of things really kind of push adoption. I think that makes a big difference. The other thing is also, which I think is a necessary condition for success, is the kind of active and advanced services that you have available already, right? Because when you're trying to get people to adopt, they're kind of making their decision and going, if I participate more on this platform, what else is available to me? Because it can't be just your service. And when it comes to that, one of the things that we really need to watch out for is environments that allow the formation of data silos, because a lot of these digital platforms essentially run on data services, right? And I think data is one of those things that if it's not flowing, you're just not seeing the value of it. So, environments which, really promote things like interoperability, the micro entrepreneur being able to retain their digital footprint and be able to move with it, those are the types of places where you're seeing a lot of success. And then the last one is obviously around cost. And I suppose there as well, we've kind of spoken at length about this, cost of data, but I think the other important one, which Alistair touched on, is not penalizing people for using the platforms, right? So I definitely think that when it comes to you're asking people to come online for the first time, they already have some doubts about exposing so much of their financial transactions. So I think we do need to start to think very carefully around what kind of scaffolding we provide for these micro entrepreneurs as they digitize and become more visible. So thinking carefully about things like tax is definitely going to be really, really important if we want to continue to drive adoption, both by the micro entrepreneurs and, of course, the consumers.
Thank you so much, Bushle. And I totally agree. At least, what we've seen in Uganda, for example, is, as Alistair mentioned, we've done some work with Safe Border, for example, which is working with several micro enterprises, which are these motorcycle taxis, and indeed that drive to take on some of these activities, these practices that enable them to be more financially resilient has been driven indeed by technology. So the access to technology, the access to the Safe Border platform, but also indeed regulation. So an enabling policy and regulatory environment that enables an entity like SafeBorder to operate a platform that they can indeed extend to these microenterprises has played a big role. And indeed, I think that the trends that we're seeing, while many of them are driven by technology and by regulatory and policy environment, I think it's also clear that as this pandemic continues to challenge all of us and to challenge the various small businesses that we have, that indeed we're going to see many more emerging trends and new practices really as businesses struggle to survive. That's really all the time that we have for today. I want to really thank our panel members. I'm really grateful, and I'm sure our audience is grateful for your insights. We've come to an end here, but please do stay on the YouTube channel and see other panels that are coming up. Once again, a great big thank you to our panel members. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Cheers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another panel session with UNCDF at the Singapore FinTech Festival. My name is Chris Lucolio. I'm the Digital Country Lead for UNCDF in Uganda. And we have a very interesting panel for you today, focusing on powering a connected economy, okay? We have several industry leaders from a diverse set of backgrounds, who will be sharing their insights. Allow me to introduce these colleagues who will talk some more about themselves, okay? From UNCDF, we have Ronald Rachigumba, who will be chairing this panel. So he will be the moderator. Welcome, Ronald.
Thank you.
And from Columbia University, we have Martin Bart. Martin, you're very welcome to this panel.
Thank you. But I'm actually from Ecoligo.
Oh, my apologies. We also have Peter Mwesigwa from Umeme. Peter, you're very welcome. We also have Vijay from Columbia University. My apologies for that mix-up. Vijay, you're very welcome. And we have Gillian from NG Energy Access. Gillian, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone.
And so without much further ado, I will hand over to Ronald, who will lead us in this next session on powering a connected economy. Over to you, Ronald. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Indeed, a very interesting, diverse panel discussion coming up, and I can't wait to get us started. So I think, as Chris, you mentioned, powering a connected economy. So perhaps one way we could start this is to imagine a connected economy that's inclusive. So inclusivity of a connected economy, we are thinking of universal access. And perhaps to get us started, I would interest Professor Vijay. What do you see as the trends and status for us to reach that goal of, a connected economy being powered, but also which is more inclusive and having more populations not left out of this opportunity? Thank you. What are your thoughts, Professor Vijay?
Thank you, Ronald, and thank you, Chris. I think I want to start with that actually in the last decade, if we talk about sub-Saharan Africa, and I think I want to come to it that it's a large region with many diverse countries. So it's not just one kind of one single entity. In the last decade has seen significant progress in closing the gap. And even since, something like sustainable energy for all was announced through the efforts of the UN, in that decade or less, that progress has been continuous in reducing the number of households without access, in spite of the population growth. But last year, we saw a reversal just in the last year. So I just want to give that as a background. And this also masks, of course, the significant differences from country to country. Okay. And I think, many times people sort of talk about sub-Saharan Africa. They also put in context what is going on in Asia, what happened in China, India, other countries of Asia. And I think we have to recognize at least three pretty big differences that help understand some of this. One is the structure of the economy is different. the dependence on agriculture, mechanization, multi-cropping, irrigation, domestic and export-led growth is different. Secondly, there are differences in geography also, in the way populations are settled for historic reasons. And also many countries in sub-Saharan Africa are landlocked. And lastly, I think the cost structure of getting access itself is different as well. So I think that we need to understand that these differences. What is good news is that we expect in the next 10 years renewables to play a significant role. One big difference is that renewables, especially solar, can scale in very good way. In other words, if you do things right, one solar panel, whether for a large power plant or for a small installation, that solar panel costs the same. So that's a big plus. And so this can perhaps help overcome some of the issues of small scale, dispersed populations, and more importantly, to be able to adapt to the consumption. So if you look at, let's say as an example, a country like Kenya made a rapid progress over the last 5 years in connecting populations with the grid. We are very thoroughly studying that consumption level, and this, KPLC has been very generous to help us look at that data for every, for a sample of customers, but every month for the last 10 years. And it really starts to show that in certain kind of rural settings, the consumption, even after a year or two, is quite low. We didn't know that. So I think this kind of lessons also allow us to understand what is the differentiation in both technology and market that can be leveraged. I want to just say a couple of more things, and then we'll come back in the discussion. Solar has been game-changing in some way. Most recently, through the efforts of the IFC, I saw that in Ethiopia, a deal was signed for 2.56 cents a kilowatt hour for utility scale. And that's only 1 cent more than it was signed in Middle East, where cost of capital and currency convertibility and supply chains were very good. So this closing the gap between what this differences used to be 5-10 cents just 5 years ago, this gap is also getting closed at utility scale. And our colleagues on the panel will talk about it at the non-utility scale, at the smaller scale. And finally, I think, the role of FinTech. When we as a university first deployed about 10 years ago, several pay-as-you-go mini-grids in actually Uganda, in a Singapore district, it was an eye-opener. We had come in as engineers thinking of electricity supply and electricity demand. Only when we got there, this is 10 years ago, we learned that actually the way you can create transparent, accountable, small payments without friction was key to both, not just the consumer, but the operator as well. So the community from day one instituted payments, pay as you go. basically eliminated the cost of creating a connection. And today, 10 years later, significant progress in this space has been made. And I feel also proud that Uganda and Mali were in this pioneering phase 10 years ago. And, you know, spreading payments, I could not be in my house here in New York without a 30-year mortgage. So the role of FinTech in this is also major. So Ronald, over to you back and back to you.
Yeah, thank you indeed, Vijay. You've just, expanded on, for example, the exclusion gap, that this exclusion goes beyond, who is connected, who is not connected, and what quality of connection, but also, at what cost, and so how to the extent of, uniforming it. So I guess this, I turn now to the utility side of provision, and reflecting on what Vijay has shared, one wonders then, say, Gillian, for NG, for example, NG is coming in to intervene to fix this gap, energy poverty. How then do you merge the two almost conflicting paradigms, whereby you're trying to bridge the gap, but also bridge it in a way that is climate sensitive? So I'm curious to pick on your thoughts, Gillian, how you envision the strategy for fixing that divide, especially in connectivity, but doing so,
to me, to NG, a decentralized renewable solution will play an important role in bridging the gap, so meaning in reaching a universal modern energy access. Somehow, and some statistics are telling us that it is estimated by 2030 that 60% of every new access to electricity in the world will come from renewable resources. And half of them will come from off-grid solutions, being a standalone solution or a mini-grid solution. And why I would say today it is the right moment. What happened? I would say that 4 game changers have created the momentum for a large, fast, and cheap deployment of off-grid electrification, or let's say off-grid solutions. The first one that Vijay mentioned already is about the price of PV, but it's also the price of storage. It's quite obvious, but the most decrease we will see in those 2 important components of the solution, the most affordable the solution will become for anybody on the planet. The second one, which is a little bit more indirect, is the energy efficiency. Somehow, thanks to the innovation, thanks to the progress we've made, it's possible now to power multiple appliances with a limited amount of energy. If I dig a little bit more into that subject, we can go from lighting, so very simple usage in households, then evolve in the, let's say, ladder energy. You start to have more, let's say, access to water, thanks to pump. You can support agriculture. You can support small businesses like a barber shop or a restaurant, etc. And then you move to productive usages, to industrial processes, up to, for instance, creating ice that would help to store foods. The third element, which for me is a game changer as well, is the access to mobile economy. The mobile economy comes from, of course, the penetration of mobile phone in sub-Saharan Africa, for instance. If I'm not mistaken, it's about 280 million mobile account users at the moment, and it's still growing. But it's also a way to access remote area and to make a link between delivery and financing of services. It's a flexibility for the end customer. It's seamless, it's easy, and it's pay as you go. So depending on the capability to pay, the service can be interrupted or continued. And the last one, to me, is also all the innovation and the new products penetration on the market. For instance, IoTs. Thanks to IoTs, thanks to smart meters, it's possible for companies like ours to monitor and maintain equipment remotely, which is faster, proactive, and in the end, providing a better service to the end customer. I'll hand it to you now. Hello? Ronald? To you.
I see Ronald's connection might be frozen.
We might have lost Ronald to a bad connection. But I mean, we can definitely continue the discussion. I think, Gillian, had you finished giving us your views?
Yes, on the fact that renewable energy can be the way to bridge the gap. Yes. So indeed. I was handing it over to one of my colleagues, the panel here.
Yes. Maybe we can hear from Peter at Umeme. Peter, perhaps we can invite you to give us your insights next.
Thank you, Chris. At Umeme, we've been able to progress the way we serve customers, as well as profitability of the company due to digital solutions. And how this has helped has been in a few important ways. One, digital solutions have allowed us to go cashless, which has allowed the customer to make their payments at their convenience, whether that would be by mobile money or that would be by the bank. And that has allowed us to decongest offices, as well as reduce the cost of travel or the cost of the customer moving to our offices to access services. And that has allowed us to move. The next important part is the management of metering equipment and facilities because of the digital space. What that has allowed us to do is that we are able, like Angie has shared, we're able to not only read the meters, pick the consumption of the customer, but to be able to activate any other revenue collection activities at the meter via the digital space. And that has, for example, allowed us during this COVID environment to continue providing the service that is required without having to visit the customer. The third one is the ease of contacting the customer for any activities, including requests for services, including complaint resolution, where things like the app has allowed the customers to register their requests for service or complaints, and allowed us to resolve those challenges quickly and more efficiently than we were operating under before we were able to operate digitally. To note also is the smart prepayment system that has allowed us to thrive even during this COVID period. Before, that would have been a different case altogether. But because of the prepayment environment where customers are able to serve themselves from their point of call, the digital space has allowed us to progress. And much as we've had challenges with the reduced activity, the business has remained. In development at this time, for example, to improve this scope is the digital online new connection process that we are working on, which should be rolled in the near future to increase self-service to our customers and and digital documentation, which gives us more opportunities to improve not only the efficiencies we can create, but as well as the quality of service we can provide to the customer. So it's been good. It has improved the efficiencies, reduced the cost of operations, while creating new points of service to the customer. Thank you. Over to you, Chris.
Actually, over to you, Ronald. Ronald, you might be muted.
Oh, thanks. Thank you very much, Chris. Indeed, listening to Peter and Gillian, of course, the route to market in terms of filling the gap is self-evident, and we are not short of strategies to fill the gap. So building on what Gillian had mentioned earlier around looking at investment from two angles, not only for the technology to access energy, but also to reduce on the energy demand through energy efficiency. So I'm curious then how we finance this gap. And I would like to interest Martin from Ecoligo. What do you see, Martin, as ways in which these investments could be amassed to be able to be directed to some of the innovative work that NG and Umeme are undertaking? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Ronald, for that interesting question. I think, first of all, Gillian and Peter have pointed out already key important elements, being that the cost of technology is actually sinking a lot. And we have learned a lot about these off-grid areas and how to connect them, that we do know this side of the market really well. The question is, how do we finance that? Because traditional investors that provide either equity or debt to large-scale projects are typically very much afraid to change their ways of operation and to focus on these small, decentralized renewable energy systems. So in order to achieve the goal of common electrification, as well as staying within the Paris climate goals, we have to find new ways on how we can channel just much more capital than we used to into these projects. And this is where innovative financing mechanisms can play a major role to actually help save the planet, but also help these communities to get electrified. And crowdfunding is such a means that could channel a lot of unused capital into these kind of projects. So to give you an idea, in Germany, 2.9 billion euro are sitting on bank accounts of German people, and that capital is not utilized. It's not invested in stocks, it's not invested in property, it's really just sitting on the bank accounts, not being used. That is a lot of capital, and we're just talking about Germany here. And we have to find ways how we can convince private people, private individuals, how they can invest their capital into sustainable projects that give them a financial return, but also that serve a greater purpose, that serve the purpose of reducing the effects of climate change, and that help developing and emerging countries to speed up their electrification course, because we all know what at the end of the day are the benefits for the private people once they get access to electricity.
Thanks very much, Martin. I think it's interesting, the idea that you do well by doing good. So through investing in these initiatives that reduce the carbon footprint, you actually also increase the energy access. But I guess also, Martin, is from what you've described, is that as we collect, funding through crowdfunding, one question that comes is then, how do we prioritize that investment? As you mentioned, there is, of course, trying to make sure there's a good return on investment. But I guess from the research perspective, Vijay, how do you think we can, utilize digital technologies and prioritize the investment that organizations, companies like Ecoligo are in pulling together, interesting stakeholders to pull together. So how do you envision data and analytics being able to guide, efficient allocation or decision making on where to invest or sectors to invest in? Thank you very much. Over to you, Vijay.
Thank you, Ronald. And I think we have excellent perspectives here from Peter at a utility scale and from Gillian and Martin at a more, I would say, meso or smaller scale. And I think I want to start with one thought. I grew up in India, and the utilities there, electric utilities, were always blaming the customer. Oh, the customer is not paying, the customer is stealing, the customer is this. And, that was the way many utilities in India were justifying poor investment and poor service. When we first directly created this pilot mini grids in sub-Saharan Africa, and by the way, the tariff was not small because, 10 years ago, the cost of solar storage, these things, and the consumption was not very high. But we learned something very, very interesting, that the customer was actually very credit worthy. The customer, so I turned around my understanding from that research and realized that in India, the utility was not credit worthy for good reason. It is the customer who is credit worthy. And I think that, digital has allowed entities like NG and others and Ecoligo to go directly to the customer and leverage the credit worthiness of the customer. Okay. So I think, and for that, of course, all the technological mechanisms have come to play to enable that. And interestingly, even utility, by the way, UMEME stands out in being financially healthy, among many, many utilities. And I think, this digital, if it can leverage the credit worthiness of the customer, can also create credit worthiness for the service provider. Both, when you leverage that, because only if it is, like you said, Ronald, if it is good for the company, it can also create value for the customer. If the utility or the service provider is not financially viable, then the whole chain of, investments that are needed to ensure reliability of service, sustainability of business model to allow more investments to come in with the good cost, low cost of capital will not happen. So I think I want to make that first point is that research is increasingly showing that the customer is credit worthy. Of course, the customer may have ability to pay that is not very high, that's one. But secondly, it may be variable over time. If you are in a rural setting with your income depend on livestock and agriculture and so on, your income through the year may vary with time. So models that allow you to do that is very good, right? So and Ronald, tell me if my time, okay, then how
I think that's a great point, Vijay. So I not to lose
Can
the
I
point.
make one more point, just one more point, and Ronald, okay, so, and then we'll come back. But I think the point I wanted to make is to your question, how can digital and data help? And I think we can flesh it out later, but all I wanted to say here right now is, I think for this next sort of phase of what, Gillian and Martin described, I think it will be very important to understand the customer at scale. For utilities in the past, big utilities, that was not as much needed. But for this new phase, we need to understand the customer well. What are the needs of the customer? What drives the income and growth of the customer? What are the credit constraints of the customer? Are there opportunities for the customer to leverage the kind of digital that we talked about? So I think I just want to leave it at that the next phase to me is truly understanding customer at scale and is differentiated, by geography, by need, and so on. And I think how data can help that can then in turn help the service providers. So I'll stop there, Ronald, but yeah.
Thank you. Thanks indeed, Vijay, because it's one thing, to flip the discussion around, here is the customer who is a risk to provide access, and actually, demonstrate that actually the customer is perhaps not fully understood in terms of their ability to pay. So I think it compounds the challenge and the discussion around you have a customer to serve, but also even with the financing and with quantifying, understanding the gap, I'm really curious, Gillian, how then we are able to have efficient deployments of technology. But I guess I would want to merge it with what Vijay has just shared. How do you, ensure deployments not only reach the last mile, but also in such a way that they do not, say, exacerbate the existing, say, misconception about the customer and their ability to pay. And I know NG has been in this space for a while, testing innovative models around financing. So over to you, Gillian. What are your thoughts on efficient deployments, taking into account what Vijay has just expounded on? Thanks.
Thanks, Ronald. I will try to be concise because to me there are two subjects here. How do you want to address the market, and how will you contribute to ending energy poverty and to achieve universal electrification on one side? And on the other side, how do you use digital solutions in order to break that concept that the only thing that you look at in the customer is ability to pay? So tackling the first aspect, for NG energy access, we have taken the decision to look at the market in an integrated way. So just to take a little bit more of an helicopter view, we see three solutions to end energy poverty and to achieve universal electrification. One is solar home system, second one mini grid, third one national grid. For sure, those three different elements address different specific market segments and needs. But we do believe, and we are strong believer, that if we combine the three, we will be able to reach this goal very quickly, efficiently, and at very low cost. So now let's describe those three different, let's say, a way to address markets and needs. SHS are quite product and retail centered, is, let's say, standalone solution. It's a market which starts to have quite a decent maturity. It's on the lower end of consumption, so it's basic, let's say, lighting, entertainment, but progressively, thanks to the technology and the innovation, going into small businesses, such as restaurant, barbershop, etc. The second one, the mini grid, would help to focus more on productive usages and then to create a certain economic growth in an area. It's a delivery of energy services, so going more into the service. It's a long term because you have high capex. So I make the link here with the needs for financing, and it has also, let's say, a relationship with the regulation of each and specific country. The market is still young, but definitely promising. And if we would stop here, I think we would miss the last part of how we can electrify the world, and which is the main grid. So I'm very interested in my colleague to talk about the vision of UMEME. The fact here is that the two first solutions would be able to support, help, and in an intertwined way, plan the development of this rural electrification, for instance, by helping in expanding the national grid, also supporting the grid, meaning that the business, as we call under the grid services, would help to increase reliability and availability of grid. So just in a nutshell, at the moment, in terms of activities for NG energy access, we have already deployed this integrated way in 4 countries. And for instance, we use mini grid in the center of the village. We expand the network and the cable to a certain radius from the center. And we provide a standalone solution at the outskirts of the village. This is a seamless process. So we look at the service to the client. It should be the same service wherever you are living in a village. And so it's in order to reach the least cost possible to give access to energy. This explanation should cover your first question. If you want me to develop a little bit further on the digital, to us, digital is...
Julian, I'll come back to the digital.
Okay, perfect.
I think it's interesting not to lose the momentum on the approaches, as you've mentioned, the diversified approaches of looking at how then you can, in diversified way, have more options, how you distribute energy. I guess that will also have implications for how then that's paid for by the consumer. But before I then ask Martin about that question on how then, we can have more efficient, say, financing for such solutions, I want to also ask a bit more from Peter. As you touched upon it, UMEME being so operating for a long time, a centralized system, how then does UMEME envision the opportunity of, having also decentralized or off-grid systems to kind of complement? Does UMEME see this as UMEME journey, or are there other configurations that Peter you'd think would be explored within UMEME? Peter?
Thank you, Ronald. I want to expound on what Gillian has shared and look at what UMEME is trying to do to achieve the same. Over time, and that opens up the space for the first 2 options that Gillian shared about the off-grid and the stand-alone systems. There is a realization that extending access by only the grid remains not only expensive because of the capex required, but also a bit slow if we are going to achieve universal access. And as such, also realizing that we have new technologies that are joining in to support the access agenda. UMEME has already joined a collaboration with other players, both home appliance companies as well as mini grid companies, in order to find progressive, innovative ways on how decentralized systems like mini grids can operate and work in collaboration with centralized utilities like UMEME. And that's a project that we've called Utilities 2.0, which in essence is an attempt to understand how an established utility like Umeme can work in collaboration from planning stages with the decentralized systems. And what we are looking at, for example, is seeing what strategic advantages exist in centralized systems like Umeme. Some of them will include established structures, standardized processes, bulk purchases, but as well as standardized quality requirements. So in this collaboration, Umeme, for example, which is a centralized system, is looking at the quality of the network being put together, the quality of the metering being put together, given the research that has happened. The mini grid is looking at setting up a mini grid from sites away from the grid. And home solar system is coming in to plug the needs for tier 1 consumers. And in doing that, we're trying to see how can we fast track access by moving to greenfield sites with a mini grid, allow the mini grid to prepare the customers up to time when it's proper for the grid to interconnect, but also planning, integrating planning from the early stages, so that whatever investments are put will be able to integrate with the grid once the grid arrives, so that we can avoid dormant investments. Because once the grid arrives, you don't want the investments that have been put to go to waste. While as well allowing appliance financing, so that consumption and customers can be grown from the beginning. And that covers a very important element. Thank you.
Thanks indeed. Peter, you're coming full circle to the point that Gillian had touched on when you mentioned appliances, which is touching to the energy efficiency, having a holistic approach beyond, say, only distribution of energy, but also looking at the efficiency as well as a way to increase return on investment, especially for the customer. I guess with this dual approach, for example, as Umeme has mentioned, having those mini grids, but also, having partnerships that enable decentralization. I'm curious then that if I come back to the question of how we finance this, Martin, how then, not to just, Ecoligo has had very many, cycles of funding for off-grid, in fact, the background of your video is one of your sites, in Vietnam. So I'm really curious then for people who want, to go on this journey they've identified the market and they've identified the business model or various approaches like Gillian has mentioned and Peter, how then, perhaps using data that analytics as Vijay touched, how then do you make sure that the crowdfunding campaign is successful?
That's a really good question. I think, first of all, we have to understand that similar like there are different technological solutions like the standalone solar systems or the mini grid or the utility grid, there are also different types of investors, right? We have large institutional banks, large institutional investors that traditionally have invested into the large-scale power projects. And we have investors that have different motivations that want to invest into maybe smaller projects. So I think first you need to understand what investors can I actually motivate to invest into certain projects and what is their motivation to provide you the money for these projects, right? What drives them? What motivates them? The second thing is to actually convince them to invest the money, you have to be them to be trusting you, right? Because they give you the capital to do something with it. And trust comes through credibility. So I think anyone that wants to raise capital, whether it's through a bank or through private crowd investors, they have to build up the trust to that target group of investors. And if you ask how to raise capital successfully, being the expert in the field and focusing on that specific niche helps to be credible because you're the expert in the field. And that's also why Ecoligo is focusing solely on C&I projects, because C&I projects we understand, we know, and our investors know and understand that we focus on this. But there is plenty of different investors around to also channel capital to solar home systems, to mini grids, or to any kind of different project, because as many technological solutions there are, as many different investors there are as well.
Yeah, thanks indeed, Martin. I'll come back to you later for a 1 minute thought on how you think, as you described at the beginning, these billions of funds seated, for example, if we take the case of Germany, on those bank accounts, what role would the technology then play? But you can, as you think about that 1 minute, half a minute pitch, I realize we are coming close to the end. I want to ask Gillian, because technology is oftentimes thought of as a good to have, a nice to have, but I know for Angie, technology means much more. So Gillian, what does the role of technology then imply for this paradox that we've just been unraveling?
Okay, so very quickly, I understand. The technology is used by us at very different stages of projects and interaction with the customer. So if I try to browse the different usages of the technology, if I start, for instance, with mini-grid, we use technology to select the site. So we use GIS, we use satellite imaging in order to see how we could pre-select and start working on the design of the network of a mini-grid even before going at site. Then very important in terms of technology, and I mean technical, let's say, action on our assets, on our services. For instance, when we monitor remotely our equipment in order to see how it is behaving and in order to serve the client better. Meaning, for instance, if you see that a solar panel gets dirty and the battery is not charging correctly, then you can advise the customer to clean it in order to have a better service. Or if you can do predictive maintenance because you see that the overall power system is not behaving as foreseen, then you anticipate changing part of the equipment again in order to have this interaction with the customer in a better way. Then, of course, we come to the finance and the way I defend the position that if you push a product that is meant to help having access to energy, but this product is not well sized, and then the end customer is not able to pay on the long term, because you know that most of our activities is pre-financed by us and then paid on a micro loan basis. Yes. Then like you don't help access to energy. So using data and using digital tools in order to better suit a customer with a dedicated product or a dedicated solution, the best way to have a match. And there are many other ways to use digital, but I think we are running out of time. So I leave it to you now.
Yeah, thanks indeed. I guess we only have a minute left, so I'll maybe ask, as you just said, you're preaching to the converted, because Vijay just spoke about the role of data analytics. So if I could just ask only one word that comes to mind when technology comes into this discussion, what would that be for you, Vijay?
So I want to describe just in one sentence. We are going to do, along with UNCDF, both combining imagery and field data at scale, a survey with tens of thousands of points in Uganda, a survey that will tell you where the current market is for productive use and where the expected market is likely to grow for productive use. So I'll stop there because that is, sorry, Gillian also mentioned this.
Thanks so much, and looking forward to that project. In one word, Martin, what would that be?
I think technology is the enabler for impact. So we have to make the most out of technology to generate the biggest impact we can achieve for a better world.
Thank you very much. Peter?
I think technology and data are around to give us new opportunities, to give us new areas of optimization. And if you can optimize the existing resources, then we have more resources to extend access and better everyone.
Thank you indeed. And I guess that it's a positive way to end, with more opportunities, especially now that, with technology and data. Unfortunately, this discussion is one that was only starting. It feels like it just started because we have a lot to unravel. But I look forward to more. We look forward to more discussions like these, and I'm certain that we'll have more avenues to deepen this conversation. Thank you very much, Kilian from NG, Peter from Umeme, Vijay from University of Columbia, and Martin from Ecoligo. We come to the end of this discussion, and wish you a good rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you as well for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Stay safe.
Bye.
Bye.